in the elevator with his little girl leaving Crosstown that morning. And of course, you know there's going to be one exhibit that's the reel where the state had on it 11:51 in the morning. And then of course Mr. Hagerman came in, acknowledged the mistake to say that wasn't the right time. And put an officer on the stand, the lieutenant, to talk about getting access to the time, how he got the timestamp. But what that shows you is this. They don't know what time it was that day on that video. They don't know. I mean, mistakes get made. I'm not here to suggest that they don't. But you have to ask yourself, okay, the mistake got made, and then there's a timestamp. Okay, we want to put the timestamp one in. That seems like the logical choice. But then you have to listen to the lieutenant, right? And go, Lieutenant, what did you do to check and confirm that these were accurate times? Well, I looked at the live feed when I was in there. I had to have a technician, it's a computer, I don't understand it, but when I was there, I looked up at the screen and it appeared to be the right date and time. But not one person, you didn't hear from anybody that could say, that was confirmed, that's accurate, nothing happened with the system beforehand. And you even heard him say, it is not uncommon at all to pull surveillance cameras that have inaccurate date and times. Because you have to ask yourself about timing. You have to ask yourself about timing of leaving Crosstown, Mr. Johnson presumably going all the way to Whitehaven, if he's in that Mercedes and dropping his daughter off, right? And he said 20 minutes, something like that. Then he's supposedly driving all the way back to Wild Rose, 20 minutes, thereabouts, to pick up Cornelia Smith. They got to leave, then turn around and go to Bradley and go back to the white truck, right? And then get out and be in front of the Makita Cookie at 12:21. Now, that part of common sense and your everyday experiences, what does that tell you about going one place to the other? Right? Takes longer, right? If you're stopping places, if you got to park, if you're presumably dropping a child off, there's going to be some kind of a exchange of a child, maybe a discussion with a person, and you build all that in. That's a lot of time. And I would submit to you that one of the reasons that became an issue is about correcting that time is when the state realized that I was asking questions of that witness and asking him how long it would take to get from point A to point B to here to here to here. Because when you do the math and it's 11:51, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And all this about Bradley, even the exchange of the Mercedes for the Infiniti, the dropping of the Mercedes.
My hotel room, parking lot,
the beach.
Here at Bloomberg Invest, finance professionals told
All of that, according to Cornelia Smith, should have been captured on Hernandez Govan's home security system. Right? He said Govan had a security system directly facing Bradley because that's why when he decided that he was going to go wipe the car down, either the day it happened or the day after, he couldn't quite remember, He texted Govan and said he was coming through there because he didn't want Govan to mistake him for somebody trying to come up on him. I asked Detective or Sergeant Dabney, did y'all canvass? Yes, we canvassed the neighborhood. You know, he didn't do it personally, but he would have presumed they would have talked to everybody, including Hernandez Govan. Right? We don't necessarily know if they did or didn't, because we didn't get to hear from Mr. Govan. You know, I asked Detective Browning if he was aware of any video from there. No. But if Cornelius Smith, right, is this person that's telling you the truth, because the truth doesn't change, then the fact that there were videos would have been known as early as March of 22, when he was meeting with law enforcement. And you know, I'm not saying law enforcement doesn't want to find out who did this. They would have absolutely went and looked. But we don't know. We don't know. And there's a lot that you should know that you don't. Because there's a material witness that should have been called by the state that wasn't called. Hernandez Govan. And maybe some of you sat through this and thought, I want to hear what he has to say. And when I told you in the opening statement, I said, it's important, right, for you to weigh out and be able, as part of your duty as jurors, to be able to compare those two testimonies together. I'm sure some of you were thinking, yeah, that would make sense. I know we talked about that in voir dire, about getting two people to talk to kind of differentiate. You know, some of you that may have been a teacher, talking about that as one of the ways that you try to figure out who's telling the truth, who isn't. But you weren't able to do that. You weren't able to do that. You were deprived of that. And to be clear, as you heard about Hernandez Govan, he was cooperating in this investigation. He met with law enforcement on at least 2 occasions pursuant to a proffer agreement, which meant he was allowed to go in and give information and not have his words used against him later. I don't have the ability to make good on a proffer letter. Only the state does. I don't have the ability to wave a magic wand and give him a reduced sentence if he comes in and testifies for me. So he's to my exclusion. He's to Mr. Johnson's exclusion, and ultimately to your exclusion. And if this is a truth-seeking function, why didn't the state call him? And it is. Your job is to find the truth of the matter. And ultimately to go, did they prove their case or not? But you were deprived of that. And the judge instructed you about a jury instruction. And that's the law. That's part of all the different things she told you. This is as important as any of them. And the law states that it creates an inference that the testimony of that witness, Govan, would have been unfavorable to the state. Now, it's up to you to decide whether or not he was unavailable, a material witness, and whether or not there should be the inference. But you're allowed to make that inference in here. And unfavorable, I would tell you, unfavorable to the state means favorable to Mr. Johnson. And knowing that, can you really render a verdict of guilty and have your mind rest easy? And not walk away and go, I just don't know if I did the right thing. Knowing that there was information out there that could have been presented to you and wasn't, that would have been favorable to Mr. Johnson, that I couldn't give you. Can you be morally certain in that instance? In order to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Johnson is the one in that Nikita video, you have to consider everything. You have to consider what you heard. And you have to go, what I heard from Kristen Garner and Cornelius Smith, was that so convincing that I wouldn't hesitate to rely upon it in making those most important decisions in your own life? Will my mind rest easy if I convict this young man based on their word in conjunction with that video and the other videos and what you didn't hear? The answer is no. When you examine your conscience back there, after you've taken the time to deliberate, I think you'll find the answer is no. Two things I want you to remember, and I'm wrapping up. The way the burden of proof works. And you've heard this statement, right? They ain't got nothing to prove. You may say that to somebody, like, I ain't got nothing to prove here. Justin Johnson, he doesn't have anything to prove here. They do. And we've all heard the term benefit of the doubt, right? Everybody likes to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. You are legally prohibited from giving the state the benefit of the doubt. You can't carry their water for them. Again, I appreciate it. This is, as I said, the last time I get to speak to you. The state's going to get one more opportunity to talk to you this morning. They get the last word. That's how the system's set up. But it has been my honor to represent Mr. Johnson in this case. And it's been my honor to present this case before you all. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mary?
We started this with a little Memphis talk. Those cookies are fire. I think that's how we started it. Little more Memphis talk. What y'all even talking about? What y'all even talking about? A missing witness?
Hernandez Govan? A missing witness? Hernandez Govan? Absent material witness. And the defense wants to say that is Hernandez Govan? What do we know about Hernandez Govan? He's a defendant in the case. He is charged with murder and conspiracy to murder. Whether it's from television or whether it's in black and white at the bottom of that same instruction, a defendant has the right not to testify and incriminate himself. He is a defendant. He is not a missing witness. That would be insane. I could willy-nilly just start calling every defendant. And they just have to come in here and testify. That's crazy. It doesn't even work like that on television. It doesn't even work like that in black and white in front.
At another order, TikTok ads allowed us to quit our day jobs, get a warehouse, and even hire employees.
Right, that would be an inquisition, is actually what they used to call it, where you didn't have that right not to come in court. So the idea that the defense would call a defendant who's charged with this crime an absent witness shows you how desperate it is. And then we'll talk about things in isolation. Look at Kirsten Gardner. I'm sure he knew that car was stolen. I'm sure he did too. Well, then how can you believe him? Or look at Cornelius Smith. I'm sure it's not his conscience that made him talk. I'm sure it's not either. He talked because he's caught. So don't believe him. Somebody made a mistake on one slide about the time, so it was corrected. So we can't believe the video. You know, there's a word that actually exists because it's a thing. It's corroboration. It's corroboration is what they call it. Like, can you look at something somebody's saying and compare it to something else and then determine whether or not that person's telling the truth about it? Because that's how we should judge stuff. Did Kirsten Gardner know the car was stolen? I bet he did. Does he think Treon Ingram actually paid for it because of something? No, we didn't pay for the car. They're riding around with guns in a stolen car, and they're trading it with their buddy, Mr. Johnson. But how do we know that? Corroboration. Is there evidence that shows us that? Well, there's the Valero video, which shows something strange. Shows something strange. Shows Kirsten come up in the car and somebody else get in and drive off. Strange. Another little piece of corroboration. Where's Justin Johnson's phone at the time? Well, in the area of the Valero station. Can you say it's in the parking lot? No, you can't. But it's in the Valero, in the vicinity of the Valero station. But my God, is there something else? Yeah. And this is what is ignored throughout the entire talk we just heard. We don't just have towers. We just don't have cell phone towers. We don't just have a Valero video. We just don't have a Havenport video. We don't just have a Crosstown video. We don't just have a defendant who's like, Cornelius Smith, I'm guilty and so is he. That's us two in the parking lot shooting them. We got Justin Johnson's actual phone. We got his actual phone. In this case, it's been over so many times. Things that happen that are actually really dramatic just sort of happen. Because as soon as we saw the video of the Makeda shooting, and as soon as you see the video of Crosstown of him leaving in the exact same outfit, in the white Mercedes, case is over. But we keep going. As soon as you hear from a co-defendant who's like, that's me in the parking lot shooting Dolph, I'm going to prison, and Justin Johnson's the guy next to me doing it, case is over. As soon as you see the Haven Court video, 40 minutes after the shooting of the two shooters and his cousin, case is over. But then things kept on happening. That if you didn't have all that proof, would have even been more dramatic, or would have been dramatic. When they happened, I would see in your eyes a little thing, a little twinkle. We have his phone. And the night before, we have a text. The night before the homicide, we have a text. From who? Treon Ingram. To who? Justin Johnson. Sending him what? A picture of the white Mercedes. What do we have next? Another text. Justin Johnson. Treon Ingram. Dropping his location. Bradley. Kissin said they met on Bradley. Then they drove to Valera. And they switched the cars. That's corroboration. So do you have to be willing to trust Kissinger with the keys to your car? Of course not. You think I trust Kissinger with the keys to my car? But do I know he's telling the truth about this? Well, yeah, I do. Because it's on video of Valero. It's documented in his phone with literal pictures and locations. It's just plain and simple. Do I have to believe that Cornelius Smith is talking because of pangs of conscience? No. No. He's talking because he got caught. Is he hoping that the truth will help him? Absolutely. He's hoping that the truth will help him. Is he going to prison after this? Absolutely. He's going to prison after this. Is there anything about his testimony, like Kissinger's, that we can corroborate? Oh my goodness. What's the first thing he tells us about that day? Justin Johnson calls me. I think I miss a call, and then I get a second one. And what do we got? Justin Johnson's phone. You can delete your call logs, which he did from that day, but they're still in the phone. And what do you know? 2 calls to Cornelius Smith from him right before he comes and picks him up at Lamar Stone's. That's corroboration. What does Smith tell us? We go to Bradley directly after the shooting, but dump the cars. Dump the cars is important. Because here's another little, real tricky truth test. Justin's driving the white Mercedes. You see it in the video, of course. Cornelius testifies to it. He says, we drive to Bradley. He hands me the keys to the Expedition. I jump out of the car. I get in the Expedition driving while Justin parks the car in the driveway or there on the front. Well, we know the white Expedition is also Justin's car. We're saying it across town for testimony. What do we see at Haven Court? Cornelius says, from there we end up going to Justin's cousin's apartment. It used to be called the 2 Lanes, Gospel Gardens, the address on Haven Court. We see the white Expedition arrive. And who's driving? The white Expedition. Justin's car. Who's driving? The dude with the messed up shoulder and the messed up shirt. Cornelius Smith. I mean, how do you make that up? How do you make that up? They pull up at Haven Court with Cornelius Smith driving and Justin in the passenger seat, just like it had to happen, just like Cornelius Smith told you when he testified. We do the shooting. Justin's driving the white Mercedes. He hands me the keys to the Expedition. We get to Bradley. I jump out. I get in the driver's seat of the Expedition. Justin parks the Mercedes, jumps in, Haven Court. And what do you know? That's what we see. And what do you know? If you're lying, that detail is almost impossible to account for. Corroboration. We plainly see in the video, Haven Court. We plainly see them go inside. We plainly see Justin Johnson come out, meet this character in a Dodge Challenger, get some other clothes, get some bags, go in. We plainly see the Chevy Trax come, Angela Arnold, pick up Cornelius. We plainly see Justin get in his car, the Expedition, and the two pull out. His testimony is corroborated over and over and over. And that's so incredibly important. This is what we do in trials. That's how we make decisions. Corroboration. That's why we have evidence. That's why we don't just call one witness and say it's over with. We put evidence in front of you. And one of those moments when this trial was just over again for the 5th time was when we were showing the slide from his phone, from Justin's phone. Cornelius says right after the shooting, Justin calls and then FaceTimes with somebody. He says it's Big Joke. The guy that put the money down for this. Number 2 is CMG. Guy that put hits on the other artists too. Cornelius says it's FaceTime. Spelling out Dolph with your hands. And what do we find in Justin's phone? I mean, delete the stuff all day long. He did. Whole day. November 17th. Deleted all day long, but it's still in there. A call and FaceTime interaction with him. Justin Johnson with Big Joke. With Big Joke. Cornelius tells you. And there you see it in black and white. It's not 1981. No, that's true. Caught on camera and everything else, but you're also walking around your pocket with a phone that you can delete a call log, but it's still there. The times you called Cornelius Smith that morning, still there. The time when you called and then FaceTime with Big Joke right after the murder of Dolph, still there. The videos from Haven Court that show you arriving, still there. The videos of
Kayak? No way. Why would I use kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? Kayak. I like to do things myself. I do my own searching. It isn't efficient. Use kayak. I can't.
total trip probably take you 30 or 40 minutes. Yeah, you have enough time to do it. We saw him do it. Memphis Talk, all the times. All the times. Before the murder, we see him at Crosstown in the murder outfit. Similar clothing? No. Identical clothing. Patch on the legs. Bass Pro hat. Everything. Before the murder. The Mercedes. Similar Mercedes? No. Back end damage, just like we saw in the video. During the murder, again, caught on the video. White Mercedes, back end damage. The exact same clothing in Crosstown. Looks like him. Right-handed like him. gloved up, like Cornelius said. Driving away from the murder. Who you calling? Who you texting? Big Jook. Caught before, caught during, and then caught after. At Haven Court. Video of them arriving and leaving. Caught before, during, and after. That is called being caught all the times. All the times. He is literally caught before, during, and after. Caught all the times. And then what does he do? Then what do we have? Another Memphis phrase. Get on down. Get on down. Across town, the last video. Packing my suitcases to head out of town. Packing my suitcases to head out of town and get on down. Like the police tell us, a manhunt. Not just in Memphis, well beyond Memphis. As Jamarcus tells us, he's going in and out of town. As Jamarcus tells us, he sees pictures on social media, Rolls Royce, stacks of money. Get out of town, get on down. The crime has been committed, Dolph has been killed, and we literally see him at the elevator with his suitcases getting on down. Flight can create an inference of guilt. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. This case was over when you saw the videos. This case was over when you heard from the co-defendant. This case was over when you saw him at Crosstown with the suitcases leaving, knowing that the manhunt was coming and he was out of town and leaving. Real guilt. Real guilt. Now it's time for us, though. Now it's time for us to get on down, but we don't get on down by fleeing. We don't get on down by hiding. We don't get on down with pictures of Rolls Royces and stacks of money. We get on down by doing what's right and doing our jobs and looking at the evidence, the witnesses, the corroboration, and applying the law to those things. We get on down by doing justice. We get on down by saying you are called all the times. You are called all the times and you're guilty of all the things. Conspiracy to commit murder? I just heard, okay, let's at least cut him a break on the conspiracy to commit murder because, man, he wasn't there for at least like one of these meetings with Big Jook or something. That's what I just heard. Let's cut him a little break on the conspiracy to murder because he's not at this meeting with, Big Jook and Govan and Cornelius. So let's cut him a little break on that. That's what I heard. Let's cut him a little break on that. There's no requirement in the law that every conspirator have to be at every single meeting with each other. There has to be an agreement and an understanding. And there was clearly an understanding. Big Jook is going to pay money to take out PRE artists, and at the top of that chain is Dolph. Now, does he demonstrate any understanding of that? Is there anything he does that shows he's part of this understanding that this is going to happen? Yeah. He literally shows up with gloves and guns, has a white Mercedes he gets from Treon, has Cornelius driving next to him, and they drive and go do it. So the idea that, okay, he committed the murder, but give him a break on the, no. He's guilty of the conspiracy just like they're all guilty of the conspiracy. And of course he's guilty of the murder because we watched it on video. Last short thing. Just one lyric. Just one lyric. You too real. Dolph, you too real. He rapped about what he calls come up. What he saw in neighborhoods, what he saw in his family, growing up. Too real. He rapped about people that he had a rivalry with. Too real. Dolph, too real. Included disses of dangerous people like Big Chuck. You're too real. Too real. Too real. Last moments of his life, last seconds of his life. How long was the videotape? 30 seconds? You're too real. Dies on the floor in a neighborhood cookie store in Orange now. It's real. You're too real. Your family misses you. Erica and Mia and the kids. You too real. This is real. This is too real. And when the killer, one of the two, is caught on video, all the times, we even watch him get on down. It's time for us to be real. And we don't need Memphis talk for that. It's called just do what's right. It's as simple as that. Just do what's right. Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson killed Adolph Thornton Jr. November 17th. We watched it happen. Cornelius Smith, Justin Johnson, Hernandez Govan, Big Judd, they all conspired to have it done. And it was done. November 17th, 2021. And as he did it, he was already a convicted felon. He should be found guilty of all counts. You do what's right. That's how we do. Guilty conspiracy to commit murder, murder in the first degree, and convicted felon in possession of a handgun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got a few more pages of the charge to read to you. I'm gonna pick up on page 29. Verdicts. Count 1. The charged offense in the first count of the indictment is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in or consideration from greatest to least are facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. When you retire to consider your verdict in the first count of the indictment, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of conspiracy.
What if we could connect people to new possibilities, turn thinking into a way forward, solve problems before they become a problem, and share the future with everyone? We can. At WWT, we connect businesses to technology to make the impossible possible, to reach better decisions faster, to accelerate progress. Together, let's make a new world happen.
Ugh, when is my allergy spray gonna kick in?
You need Astapro.
Astapro?
It's faster, bro. 8 times faster than Flonase.
It's faster, bro.
It's faster, bro! It's faster, bro.
It's mom to you.
Astapro starts working in 30 minutes. Astapro and go.
I'll define and explain to you, it is your duty to acquit him. The verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty as to count 1. You will write your verdict on the outside of the jacket and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. Count 2. The charged offense in the second count of the indictment is first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are second-degree murder, facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, facilitation to wit, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, aggravated assault, facilitation to wit, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation to wit, aggravated assault, simple assault, facilitation to wit, simple assault. You will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense, second-degree murder, as charged in the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of second-degree murder as charged and included in count 2 of the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense, facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, as charged and included in count 2 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you unanimously found the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order of consideration from greatest to least, as set forth on the previous page. If you find the defendant guilty of a lesser included offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of, as included in count 2 of the indictment. Insert the lesser offense in the blank. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in the second count of the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant not guilty as to count 2. You will write your verdict on the outside of the jacket and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. Count 3. The charged offense in the third count of the indictment is convicted felon in possession of a firearm. There are no lesser included offenses. You will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of convicted felon in possession of a firearm as charged in the third count of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of convicted felon in possession of a firearm as charged in count 3 of the indictment. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in the third count of the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdicts will be, we the jury find the defendant not guilty as to count 3. You will write your verdict on the outside of the jacket and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. When you have reached a verdict on a particular count, the foreperson will write your verdict as to each count on the outside of the jacket and sign his or her name to the verdict as foreperson. Take the case, consider all the facts and circumstances fairly and impartially, and return to the court with verdicts that truth dictate and justice demand. All right, as I told you before, this is the official copy. Please refer to it. There's just been a couple of minor changes made, but nothing substantial, nothing substantive. Let's put it that way. A few typos I ran into, but other than that, please use yours, make notes on yours, refer to yours. But this is the official copy if there's any discrepancy. The jacket, please. You will have all of the exhibits. We'll go back with you. Please look them over. If at some point you want to watch videos, please let us know. Do you have did you make the list? Okay, is it?
It's been numbered as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's with the exhibits. Do you have a clean laptop so they can you get us a clean laptop so they can watch videos as they want to watch
Go get it, Your Honor.
Thank you. So you will be provided a laptop that's clean, so you can watch videos how you want to watch videos, and there will be a list accompanying the video to show you, to tell you, describe to you which video is which. Does that make sense? Okay. So, is everybody in good shape to deliberate? You getting ready to choose alternates? Everybody good to deliberate?
So yeah, fam. Let me just kind of mute her. So right now they getting ready to, or you know what? Let's do it like this. So right now they're getting ready to go into deliberation on whether Straight Drop is guilty of murder, right? So the thing that I wanted to break down to you guys, okay, y'all watched the video that I did earlier. There is a federal indictment, according to my sources, that's coming down on CMG, right? This indictment, right? The reason why they rushing, remember, yesterday, Straight Drop said that he was going to testify, right? Remember, he took the stand. He said, I'm going to testify. You look today, no Hernandez Govan, no Straight Drop. And the reason why is because they don't want to draw this trial out. They want to get this trial done and over with. In my opinion, Straight Drop is working with them people. He's cut a deal already to save his tail, okay? He's cut a deal to save his tail, and this is why they're having his trial right now, okay? They're going to use Hernandez Govan and Straight Drop as some of the key witnesses in order to bring down CMG. Like, family, this is the fastest trial in history of this nature. This is a high-profile case with so much different stuff, right, that's going on in the thing. And I'm still going to do the expose on Cornelia Smith because this young Dolph shit is not over with. It's not. It ain't over with. Okay. It's really just getting started. Okay. Now, here's the deal. We don't see nobody, didn't nobody, now listen, we saw the camera in which the woman from Makita's was at the she was at the thing, then she went around the corner. No testimony from any of the workers that worked at Makita's, right? Why? Because they already know what's going on, and and this is what I'm saying, the indictments is coming down. They just got to get straight trop done, because what y'all got to understand is that if they go after CMG right now, then they would have to bring them into that state case. And then, so this is why they're trying to go ahead, find them guilty. Y'all got to remember that if they know that CMG paid for Cornelius Smith lawyer, we know that they got Cornelius Smith and straight drop lawyers. This is why Big Jook said they don't want to face you, they want to snake you. They snake Big Jook, because they had Big Jook moving that money. Big Jook is caught moving that money, man. He's caught moving the money. And he knew that. Who do you think paid for Hernandez Govan lawyer? Who you think paid for straight drop lawyer? They boxed them in, they had to, and they still told. They still told after that. Listen, family, think about this. Why would straight drop not cooperate with the state if he's telling Cornelius Smith to tell? That's some police shit right there. If you're gonna tell Cornelius Smith to tell, then why not you tell and work a deal if you telling him to tell, and then he already knew that Cornelius Smith had told. And if you remember, he said that straight drop told him to tell because they had abandoned them in jail. That's what y'all gotta understand. It ain't like, fam, it don't take rocket science to figure this shit out. This is the fastest trial in history. And then remember, straight drop lawyer didn't call any witnesses. So you telling me that this man going to trial, they're trying to prove his innocence. What is the alibi? There was no alibi. Listen, family, think about this shit. There was no alibi for the defense for straight drop. The only thing he said is that, oh, they were lying, this and that. Whenever there's a murder, you got to have some type of alibi. Oh, well, he was here. He was there. Why didn't none of the people testify on behalf of straight drop? You mean to tell me there's no witnesses, no nothing? Like, fam, like, come on, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? And this is the stuff that people got to understand and pay attention to. So y'all have to know and understand that they're just getting straight drop out the way. And this is why they said that they was going to send straight drop to trial first. They already got a statement from Cornelius Smith. He can't backtrack at this point. He's already locked in. And if y'all noticed yesterday, when Hernandez Govan got exposed as a rat yesterday, what happened? No testimony from Hernandez Govan, no straight drop, no nothing. Man, the fix is in, man. Watch what I'm telling you. They getting ready to find, listen, they getting ready to find Hernandez they finna find straight drop guilty, and then they finna bring down that indictment on CMG. And everybody that has something to do with that, move money and all type of shit like that, they ass going to jail. And you gotta know and understand that Jay-Z ain't gonna go down with Gotti. Gotti gotta go down alone. We saw the story with Benny Siegel. So if you think Jay-Z going down with you, he not. They're gonna throw you to the wolves. Come on, man. Gotti ass is done. You know what I'm saying? And after this, I mean, it's not safe for CMG. Who in the hell is gonna be running around with a CMG? Like, come on, man. Like, listen, like, family, let me explain to you guys what's going on here. They start the smear campaign before they bring you in. This is all textbook. They start the smear campaign, then they bring your ass in. Why? Because they already done already put it in the minds of the people that you're guilty before they bring you in. This is why when they bring you in, they already done it, the hard work. They done already convinced the people that you're guilty already, so they can railroad you and do whatever they want to do to you. But the bottom line is that all of the people in the industry, all of the people that just kind of played the middle. You know what I'm saying? We mess with Gotti, we mess with Dolph, da 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 da. Now it ain't no more in the middle, man. They got everything, man, showing that man put that hit on him and took that boy out. What the industry gonna say now? What the industry gonna say now? You see what I'm saying? That shit is not looking good for CMG. You don't want to have that chain around your neck, man. Listen to what I'm telling you. You don't want to get caught with that CMG emblem around your neck after the shit we just heard. Oh my goodness. Okay. So the thing about it, family, Yo Gotti ass is going down. Black Youngster, all of they ass is going down because y'all got to remember, the feds know that they money laundering. They already know. They already told on these people. So I don't want to hear all the bloggers. No. They already done told. And if Luke Evans, the lawyer for Straight Drop, know that his lawyer, that cornball, I call him cornball now because that's what he is, a cornball. When cornball, listen, sat on that stand and admitted that CMG, it was over with then and there. That's Rico. That man admitted to the entire world that CMG paid for that lawyer, man. That's Rico all day. It ain't nothing else to talk about. This is why they getting this shit over with. Ain't no more. Nah, we done with that. Come on, man. They didn't call none of the workers inside of Makita. The defense didn't call anybody. You know what time it is, fam. Come on, man. Them people ass is going to jail. The federal charges is coming down. Straight Drop is going to be found guilty, and Straight Drop is going to cooperate. This is why they cleaned the indictment up, so that they could try him in the state. This is all part of the deal. Because if they were able to try them in the feds, he'd have had so much time that it wouldn't even been funny. You see what I'm saying? So this is what's going on right here, family. They getting ready to find Straight Drop guilty. Straight Drop is going to work with them people and bringing down CMG, man. Ain't no way around it, man. It ain't no way around it. The lawyer didn't scrutinize the video. I told y'all what they did with the video. They added them seconds up there in the black. They added that up there. They added a timer on there. Come on, man. All of that shit is white up there. Ain't no black minutes, man. They froze and did all type of shit and prepared that video for what they ain't even like found. It's like the fastest trial in history, man. Come on, man. Just saying. Just saying, fam. I'm just saying. And here's the deal, right? Straight and listen, Gotti, listen, family, listen to this, right? Gotti got everything that he got coming to him, man, because here's the deal. Y'all put money on people's head and trying to get people out of there because they can, like, come on, man. They know Dolph was the streets, man. This is why Gotti wanted Dolph, because he knew Dolph was the streets, man. Wasn't no getting around Dolph. Dolph was from the streets. He was a street nigga just like Big Jug. This is why what did I tell y'all? Go back, check the credits. It's a lot of fat lipping, right? Go back and check the credits. I told y'all that Gotti was using Big Jug as the go-between to deal with all of that street shit. And when Big Jug got took out, all of that shit went south. Come on, man. All of that shit went south. Why do you think you see Gotti trying to promote Glow? He want to, the female artist. But what about all this other street shit that's signed to you? You ain't promoting that shit, because he already know them indictments is coming down and all of that shit is going to be used as evidence, man. Come on, man. All of that shit that they did where Gotti tried to set up all these different record labels, all these different record companies, and not tie them to CMG, they coming to get their ass. And then, like I said, if they not careful, they're going to have Jay-Z and Roc Nation and all of them tied up for this shit, man, because y'all got to know. Jay-Z know what's going on. He might not come out and say it. I mean, he shouldn't come out and say it if he keeping street codes and he fuck with Gotti, but he knew what was going on. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, but do you think he's going down? No, he's not. Come on, man. They gonna tell on Gotti. Gotti ass is going to jail, and he needs to be in jail. Come on, man. Needs to be in jail. Black Youngster, all they ass is going down, man. And you watch what I'm saying, fam. They have to be. This is the fastest trial in history of this nature. Listen, listen, I don't even know what the hell going on in the Young Thug case. All I know is Young Thug coming home at some point. All that shit, I'm not keeping up with all that. Damn the Young Thug trial. You know what I'm saying? But look how long that shit been going on compared to the Young Dolph case. Fam, I'm giving it to you, man. Them people is getting ready to indict them people. All these bloggers saying, oh, well, Gotti them cool. He ain't got none shit. Gotti had something to do with that shit. All of this shit is over Gotti. You know what I'm saying? And he's left. Listen, think about this shit, fam. Gotti is left to deal with all of this shit that happened. Dolph gone. Dolph done got way bigger in his death. You know what I'm saying? His artists then got bigger in his death, right? Big Jook done lost his life, so the link that he had that Gotti had to the streets where he could do shit and go through Big Jook and get shit done, that's over with. Now he got to deal with everything himself. You know what I'm saying? And listen, fam, listen to this shit, man. This whole case, man, if you somebody that's really from the streets, right? If you really, really, really from the streets, right? Regardless if it's Young Dolph or whoever the hell it is, right? This shit right here go to show you that the streets is done. The streets is done. These people are on a high-profile murder and they couldn't sit, man. They couldn't sit that shit out. Cornelius Smith, he snitched in less than 2 months. In less than 2 months. And listen, family. And they done bought his ass a lawyer. The man, listen, fam, listen to this shit. They got the man a lawyer. The man still told, man. They bought the man a lawyer. The man still told. They paid for Hernandez Govan counsel. You better know that. Because y'all got to remember that he was the link. Remember, Cornelius Smith said, well, me and Big Jook, da-da-da-da. So you got to remember that Big Jook was the person that he was going through. So he had to get Big Jook lawyer. He had to do everything that Hernandez Govan told him to do, or he already knew they was going to tell on him. So what did Big Jook do? He moved that money. This is how they snaked his ass. He went and got, come on, man. Y'all, listen, fam. Listen, family, listen to this shit. If Hernandez Govan could not cash out Cornelius Smith, that means that, and listen, this is the other thing that's funny, right? They saying that Hernandez Govan solicited them for the murder, right? But yet, they try to say that Big Jook was and the money and shit came from him. So you telling me that Big Jook dealt directly with Straight Drop and then deal with the man who they claim is the mastermind that solicited the people for the hit? What proof do they have that did we see that Hernandez Govan solicited the hit outside of Cornelius saying that? Because they're saying that the money came from Big Jook. When he said tell Unc to send that money. No, when he said tell Unc to send that money, he was talking about Hernandez Govan. He was the go-between. Because if he's not the go-between, what the hell is he locked up for? Grasp. If he's not the go-between, what evidence do they have him on? If he didn't move the money, all they got is Cornelius Smith saying that, oh, well, Hernandez Govan did this and that. That ain't enough to convict and arrest nobody, man. You need evidence, man. So, what did they have Hernandez Govan? Did they have him on text message? Like, what evidence did they really have on Hernandez Govan? So this is what I'm telling y'all. Big Jook solicited. Listen, it was Hernandez Govan along with Straight Drop and Cornbread. Hernandez Govan is a shooter. This is why he told them to give them $10,000 apiece. What the hell? Listen, if he solicited the murder and went and got them, what the hell is he paying them? Why did they have to give Hernandez Govan $10,000 from each one of their thing? It's because he was actually in on the murder. Why did Hernandez Govan go in that car and get that phone out of there? Because he was involved. He was on the scene. Tell Unc I need my phone. He was in that fucking car. He was in that shit. Why the hell would he be? Listen, family, why would Hernandez Govan have to bring? Why didn't he tell Straight Drop to give him the car? Straight Drop the one he claimed parked the shit over there. So why didn't he tell Straight Drop to bring the phone? Why did he have to call Hernandez Govan? Because Hernandez Govan, if you listen, and I'm gonna break that shit down when I do the expose on Cornelia Smith's testimony. He let you know that Hernandez Govan was trying to pin that murder on somebody. Meaning that if he's trying to pin the murder on somebody, then what does that tell you? His ass was involved in the actual shooting. And this is why they have hid Hernandez Govan role. This is why they never talked about that back window where Dolph got shot at. Because listen here, they already know, and they already told the family, like, this is what's going on. We're going to leave this out and do this and that, because they know his ass is going federal, man. And it's simple as that, man. His ass is going federal. And Hernandez Govan is going to bring that CMG shit down. And it ain't no more, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, because the lawyer busted his ass out and said that he received a proffer. And the investigative guy said, yes, that's true. And if y'all notice, go back yesterday and watch that shit. You see what Jenny from the block did? They hurry up and muted the microphone. Oh, no, don't do. Come on, man. Them people is working together, man. They're working together. The defense and the prosecution is working together because they finna bring that CMG shit down, and this is why they dress it up like that. What alibi did straight drop lawyer present to the people? No alibi, no nothing. And how much money did he? You know they paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, and CMG paid for the lawyer. Oh my goodness! Listen, family, all that money that they made off Dolph, the money that they made, because remember, Jay-Z do got a streaming system, Tidal. He made money off of the death of Young Dolph when Young Dolph died because of the streaming. Then you had your boy Yo Gotti fake a move and pull that dollar for dollar challenge, which we know I Am 10% is straight drop best friend. Already done the expose. Just go check it out on the channel. He used I Am 10% to basically as a go-between between straight drop and all of that. This is why all of this Fed shit is coming down, man. I done done the exposés on my shit. You know what I'm saying? And to all the bloggers out there, these bloggers is funny, right? They snitch on certain shit, then they act like they not snitching on it. I'm not. Man, listen, that shit is over with. That shit is over with. Did you just see what the boy Cornelius did? Come on, man. Them boys is on them damn stands talking, telling, and some more shit. So all the street, all that shit, man, that shit is over with, man. It's over with. If you do anything out in the streets with these niggas so-called gang, they gonna tell on your ass. And it's just straight like that, okay? Y'all can swim at your own risk. But the bottom line, fam, I just gave it to you. We went from straight drop testifying to closing arguments today. The state rests their case and all. You know why they resting their case? Because they already know that the shit is going federal. They already know the shit. They already know. This is why they let y'all know Dolph was killed because he did sign the CMG. This is why he was killed, and that shit is going federal. I mean, it's simple as that. You know what I'm saying? Right here. That's right. These so-called street niggas would tell on mama for freedom. Straight like that. Okay? That's right. Let's see here. But yeah, fam, what I'm gonna do is they on recess, they finna start to deliberate, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep the live going to see if we get something before the end of the day. They may wait, because today is Thursday. I say probably by tomorrow we should have a verdict in, if not today. Because they're trying to get this Young Dolph case over with so they can start the federal case, man. This is why they're not wasting time bringing all these people in and all of this stuff, because this trial would take forever to get done if they interviewed everybody and did all this, and then the defense didn't even put up shit. The defense ain't got nothing. No alibi, no nothing, no scrutinizing the tape. We don't even see them coming down airways. Think about that, fam. They showing the video and then they talking about some and if you can see, you see them coming down. We can't see that shit. It looked like them people came. We saw them coming from the side of. If y'all remember, Cornelia Smith kept saying, "We made the block and came down the side street." Because if you notice, they came from the other side of the shell over there. So how in the hell did they loop back around and come down the side street and all this other shit? Come on, man. They capping like hell. We don't see them. We don't see them. For all we know, that car came straight over there from that Shell gas station. We ain't saw shit. You see what I'm saying? So we gonna let them deliberate. You know what I'm saying? We gonna keep an eye, gonna keep the live and shit going. And soon as we hear the verdict, we gonna pick up from there. But tomorrow, we gonna talk about your boy Cornelia Smith, man. See, the internet right now, they know that people are finding all the inconsistencies of this trial. We ain't even got to and the lawyer in his closing argument spoke about the time frames. There's no way that this man could have been in all these places and doing all of this shit if he was on the scene, as I told y'all. And when they got to that time, right when he made the listen, fam, right when he made that call. Listen, at the same time, at that and I'm gonna show y'all, right? Because we're gonna do this shit in real time. When they did when they showed straight drop call log, and it was at the 22 at 12:22:40. You notice they don't have a phone number over on there on who he actually called at that time period. Because as I told y'all, that man called young Dolph phone. They know that shit, man. They don't show you the number that he actually called. They just said that a call was placed at, you know what I'm saying? So who the hell did he call? Family, think about this. They following Dolph. If they're just saying that it was spontaneous and it wasn't a conspiracy and they were just ride and they had 100,000 any member and they saw Dolph and they hit the block and turned back around, who the hell is he calling? We got our man. All the calling and getting on the phone right like a couple seconds before the shoot go to show you, as I told y'all, the call log proved that the shit ain't right. And then they had numbers on there that they didn't even map out. Come on, man. And y'all talking about y'all ready for trial, man. Come on, man. They doing this shit to get straight drop over and done with, and they getting ready to bring that CMG shit down. So what we're gonna do here, family, is we're gonna sit here to see if we get a verdict back. I got it being fast. They getting ready to do everything fast, right? They getting ready to get this shit over with, and they finna get that indictment going, man. And it's just what it is, man. So y'all leave y'all thoughts. Let me know what y'all think, and I'm gonna just hey, let the band play.
Natural detox. Delightful lime taste. Flavorful. Beautiful. Chlorophyll. Chlorophyll stick packs, only from Nature's Sunshine.
The MXA 902 Integrated Conferencing Ceiling Array is the ideal solution for AV conferencing in small and medium-sized meeting rooms. It's the fastest way to better sound.
This pan is proven to perform. Over 90,000 of our pans can be found delivering on the line of over 1,900 of the world's best restaurants. In over 678 cities, Made in Cookware performs night after night, year after year. This pan has been in service for 5 years straight. So is this one, and this one. If these pans can prove themselves in the world's toughest kitchens, they're ready for a lifetime in yours.
I heard virtual doctors can't really diagnose that much from behind a screen.
Actually, we can. Usually a diagnosis comes from reviewing your health history. Then we listen to your symptoms, or we might ask you to share photos if needed. Most of what we do in person, we can do on a screen.
Yep, could not agree more. Ooh, you gotta be quicker than that.
You shall not pass!
Astapro and go.
Ghirardelli chocolate chips. Makes cookies a bite better.
Kayak. Kayak. Why do people use kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I don't.
In the neighborhood, every delivery is a treat.
One pistachio for you, sir.
One straw. Let's get real. Your butt's not perfect, but at Orgame, we love them all. We love Ricky the Rump.
Love you back.
Bubble Butt Bobby.
That's me.
Laura Longcheeks. Tara the Tush. Lad Iron Phil. Madame Derriere.
lot of the other guys leave the water weight in, and then they make you pay for it. One of the things we do is when it's done being cooked, it's back down to the juices to start out with.
We may take the long way, but I think taking long way is what makes the difference.
The right way, even if it's the hard way.
Dietz and Watson, it's a family thing since 1939.
Get floor store at Advanced Float.
Yes, we need her.
You will need her.
So y'all can be thinking about it. It's a question that says, is there a legal definition to the term agreement relating to section 1, page 5? I don't think it's a legal definition. I think they're overthinking it.
Yeah, like it's the
It's a common
usage.
term,
Yeah.
right?
Common term.
I don't know that I can even say all of that to them. I probably can just say no, or
I think you could say no. The only other thing I can think of is you could direct them back to the part of the jury instruction that says, based on your everyday experiences, you know, that one line, I can't remember where that's at, but I think you know what I'm pointing to.
Is there a legal definition to the term agreement?
agreement.
Court's back in session.
So for the record, the jury had a question. Their question is there a legal definition to the term agreement relating to section 1, page 5? Agreement is in quotation marks. So I don't think there is a legal definition to the term agreement.
Don't either. I remember struck it as answering a question before with a jury saying that when a word doesn't have a legal definition, as applied here, to go with the common, usage. But beyond that, I don't think anybody can comment more than that.
Right. Or I can say, no, there is no legal definition, which leaves them with their common knowledge about the word.
I would just suggest to say common, like you said, there is no definition, and when there's not common meaning of the word. But everybody.
Mr. Evans.
I think based on kind of thinking about it for a minute, I think you can only, I would suggest just saying there's no legal definition. I don't have a problem with saying.
That's what Mr. Evans is asking for. That's fine.
With saying something to the term of, everyday usage, or what I was referring to is consider all the evidence in light of your own observations and experiences in life, but that's not really specific to defining a term, so that may not be helpful to them, but I think either way it's phrased, it would be fine.
All right, and I'm just gonna respond to this in writing. We don't even have to bring them out, okay? There is not a legal definition for the term agreement. Okay? I think the less the better here.
I agree.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Adjourn court.
Hate touching athlete's foot? Use Lotrimin Ultra No Touch. Cures with 1-week treatment.
but I thought I'd call just in case. Someone's breaking into my house and going through all my stuff at night. Is there such a thing as house stays that clean? I hear something crawling in the wall. Please say you can help. Welcome to Home Safety Hotline, new employee.
Court's back in session.
We have a verdict to the members of the public. If you don't think you're going to be able to not show any emotion during the reading of this verdict, I ask you to remove yourself now. There won't be, the court won't tolerate any outburst of any sort from anyone. You wanna bring me in?
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
The jury's now entering into the courtroom.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Four person. If you would stand and read your verdict, please.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged in count 1 of the indictment. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. And we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of convicted felon in possession of a firearm as charged in count 3 of the indictment.
Thank you. Juror number 1, is that your verdict? Juror number 34, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 35, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is that your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Juror number 17, is that your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Juror number 27, is that your verdict?
It is, Your Honor.
Juror number 33, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 25, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 44, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 23, is that your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Juror number 28, is that your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again for your time and attention to this matter this week. Our system of self-government would not work without your service and sacrifice that you've made. Thanks again for your time and attention. You are excused.
Jurors excused.
Hey, 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 hey.
Mr. Johnson, the jury having found you guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and convicted felon in possession of a firearm. As the 13th juror, I affirm this verdict. As to the first-degree murder, I sentence you to life in prison. I will set punishment as to the conspiracy and the convicted felon in possession of a firearm after a sentencing hearing. The date for that hearing will be November 1st?
Yes, Your Honor.
November 1st.
Nada. Cashmere's so soft, it could give anyone a soft side.
You can pass that forward, Judge.
Thank you. And the pre-sentence report. The order for the pre-sentence report.
Circles, we'll get that, we'll get those to you.
Thank you. You may adjourn court.
All rise. This honorable court stands adjourned to Monday morning at 9 a.m.
So family, your boy Justin Johnson, as I told y'all, straight drop was just found guilty on all charges, right? And the reason why they found him guilty on all charges, as I told y'all, right? Okay. The reason why is because they're ready to get to the RICO case, family. Okay. They ready to get to the RICO case. This is why they, okay, that's right. Get that down just a little bit. Get that music down just a little bit. All right, there we go. Let me just pause that for a little bit. So anyway, family, your boy Straight Drop was found guilty, as I told you, right? Because at the end of the day, they getting ready to work this deal with Straight Drop. Okay, they getting ready to work the deal, or they already done work the deal with Straight Drop. They want Straight Drop to help them with the RICO case of CMG. This is why everything was done rushed so fast. Okay, rushed so fast. Hold on. So anyway, family, they found him guilty, and they found him guilty fast because they already knew what's going on. They getting ready to bring CMG down. They got this trial over with. Remember, the defense never called any witnesses, never did anything. And if you think about it, they needed somebody. All these guys cooperated in this case. So you guys got to remember that definitely after the death of Big Jook, you know for sure that they telling and helping themselves and working all these deals to bring down CMG. So you guys can get ready. I don't know if I'm gonna be going live later on talking about this, right? Pretty much gave it to you guys. Let's listen to what this guy got to say here.
Definitely a lot of information that has come out. A lot of information that we've heard in the past, but now this week it's confirmed. Daryl.
Thank you. And the pre-sentence report. The order for the pre-sentence report.
Sir, we'll get that. We'll get those to you.
Thank you. You may adjourn court.
All rise.
Fam, these people already know what time it is, man. People already know what time it is, man. That CMG. Listen, fam, this is the fastest trial in history, man. It is the fastest trial in history. The fastest trial in history, man. The fastest. Okay? That's right. So, what you guys got to understand is that this is far from over. And they finna bring CMG down. It's over with. It's over with. Man, this is crazy, man. Okay, let's do this. Go boom. Man, fam, what y'all think about that, man? What y'all think about that verdict? What do y'all think about this verdict? What do you guys think about this verdict right here? Okay. You guys think about the verdict? What do you guys think about the verdict of Justin Johnson, right? Guilty on all charges. Okay. Guilty on all charges, right? That's right. Okay. So at the end of the day, family, what's going on is this right here. And I keep telling you guys this. These guys have worked deals to bring down CMG. We know part of the story of Cornball is not all the way accurate, right? We know that there's more elements that's going on in this thing, and I'm going to break down his testimony tomorrow to help y'all understand that this Rico is coming. Cornelius sat on the stage stage on the in the jury box. I mean, not the jury box, but on the stand and lied. I mean, a multitude of lies. And the fact that the lawyer did not catch this, did not challenge this, the defense did not present no information. No information. Family, remember that Straight Drop lawyer told us what? He said that we have cell phone experts in place. We have one expert in place. Okay? We got one expert in place. That cell phone expert never took the stand. They didn't call no witnesses. You know what I'm saying? They kept everything nice and short. They used Cornelius Smith to identify Straight Drop and say that he was with him. You know what I'm saying? The brother came and said that they had the phone and moved the money. They had the photo from the building. You know what I'm saying? And this is all they needed to convict him. If somebody gonna admit and say, man, that's me right there and that's me with him, this is how they did it. Do I believe that was Cornelius Smith at the door? No. No, no, and no, because here's the deal. If it was, they would have never hid his face on the original photos. Y'all got to understand that the work that's been put down over here on Israelite Talk TV is what caused those people, right, to switch and go left. And that I'm going to break down tomorrow. So, I mean, they did, family, this is the fastest trial in history. Dolph trial didn't even last a full week. Today it's only Thursday. And they didn't, and everything was done today. All they did was closing arguments today. So you figure Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then that's it. 3 days, and that's it. They didn't want they didn't want to boggle the jury down with all of this extra stuff that they cannot put in place and that they cannot answer. They kept it as simple as possible. And the defense, if the defense was really fighting for Straight Drop, they could have caused a mistrial, but they did. So at the end of the day, fam, this is just what it is, man. So there's gonna be everybody's gonna be talking about this tonight. So I think I'm gonna just chill tonight. In the morning, we gonna go in and I'm gonna go nuclear first thing in the morning. So Make sure y'all lock in. Make sure y'all share this live. Make sure you share the video from earlier, because everything I told y'all in that video earlier about the RICO, watch what's getting ready to happen. The hammer is coming down, and it's coming down fast. So with that being said, I'm signing off here on Israelite Talk TV. Shalom.